Hey everybody, it's been a long time. Happy to get back into the saddle. It's Andy here, aka Montolio, and we are back today for a vintage showcase. And pretty excited to play in this event. I haven't gotten to play a lot of Magic recently. Life has been very busy uh, with family and work obligations, and so I'm pretty happy to be here. We did not have success in the first showcase. I didn't end up qualifying, and so we're going to try again today. And my weapon of choice is Bug. I cannot tell you how happy I am to see a resurgence in Bug. For those of you who know me, this is definitely a deck that I have had a lot of enjoyment playing and success with in the past. And really, that was pre Urza Saga printing, so quite a few years ago now. And that's how long Bug has been out of the metagame. But just very recently, it started to creep back in and has had a moderate amount of success. So I am going to do my copy and paste metagame and load this list up. I have made a couple changes, but not a lot. There's people like I know MTGO user Weasel has done well. Shaten has done well with Bug recently, amongst multiple other players. I know Alberto SD also has quite a unique build of Bug, which I did look at very closely, but I don't think it's where I want to be today. This is a little bit closer to the style that I have played in the past. And uh, so some of the changes that I've made here is people are only running one Leovold, and Leovold is just such a good card. It just hoses so many strategies, and I am definitely going to be playing two today. Um, some people are playing Hull Breacher or Orcish Bowmaster instead of the Op Agent. I tend to like Op Agent a little bit better than those cards. I could certainly see a place for both of them, Hull Breacher and Bowmaster, in these types of builds, but it's just the list is too tight and it's hard to fit everything in. So we're going to go with the Op Agent. Narset is one of the fringe cards for me in this strategy. It is not easy to get double blue. I realize I am playing two Leavolds, but these pitch beautifully to Force of Vigor and Force of Will, Force of Negation, that sort of thing. Whereas Narset is a little bit more linear that way. And three drops are hard to cast. And I typically opted not to play this card when I used to play Bug, but with the rise of things like Jewel and One Rings, I could see it being a little bit better than it was previously. So I am going to try it today. I'm obviously going with the collector roof package. That to me is the best reason to play Bug. Uh, Life from the Loan is another one of these fringe cards, and this is a card that I have played periodically on and off in my tenure with Bug. And I opted in the end that it really wasn't that good. But once again, one of the reasons I stopped playing Bug back in the day was because of Urza's Saga. And I know it sounds really funny to say because you've got Force of Vigors, the full Wasteland package. But if you didn't have them at the right time, Urza Saga just rolls over what you're trying to do. It's bigger and it's badder. And uh, and I'm still not convinced that Bug beats that with any level of consistency. But we're going to come back and try it again today. People are having success, so uh, it's something that I think is a reasonable card to try. It does get hit by Force of Negation, where the majority of our deck does not. I don't like that about it, but having recurring Wasteland Strip Mine to be able to deal with Urza Saga is the predominant reason, as far as I'm concerned, that a card like this is more viable today than it was perhaps in the past. And obviously, having the utility of a Life from the Loan, you can just lock people out, especially if they're playing fair strategies, just wastelanding them away. And so I'm going to try it today. I suspect this is a card I will sideboard out fairly frequently. I haven't fully mapped out how I'm going to sideboard today, but I expect with my history of playing Bug, it will just come naturally to me, and or that's my hope. Sylvan Library is a staple card. This is one of many games in Bug. As the focus of my deck is not really a draw engine, and it's really just permanent based, and casting your cards every turn. And Sylvan Library does help augment that a little bit. I Ponder has recently become unrestricted. Most people are playing a Ponder in their deck. I have audibled towards not doing that to accommodate some of these changes, Leovold in particular, getting that extra one in there. Some people are running just one Tarmogoyf instead of two. I'm opting for the two. I am expecting the mirror today, and just having that extra one could be a big deal. This is one of the more interesting decisions, as Assassin's Trophy goes without saying it is the more versatile of the two removal spells in these colors. The other one being Assassins, or excuse me, Abrupt Decay. I'm not sure. I've always really liked Abrupt Decay a lot more than Assassin's Trophy. One, because it can't be countered, um, and it just removes a lot of troublesome permanents without being able to counter it. An Oath of Druids, for instance. And I'm not sure whether this is correct today, but people are playing them. I have seen nobody playing Abrupt Decay. And so it just makes me think that it's probably the better choice. And I realize that this can kill Urza Sagas or Bazaar of Baghdad's or Hollow Ones or whatever be it. I realize the versatility is better on this card, but the uncounterability of Abrupt Decay is big game. I've won a lot with Decay in the past. That's probably why I like it so much. But today I think I am going to go with the proven strategy in the current metagame that Assassin Trophy is just the correct pick. And that said, there is a resurgence of bug out there, and one of the reasons I am running a basic in my deck is because of Assassin's Trophy. Uh, there's two reasons specifically. So Assassin's Trophy is one, it's always nice when you're in a mirror and your opponent hits you with Assassin's Trophy and you can get ahead with a land and a basic land. Nobody is running basics in the copy and paste meta in bug. That is an advantage for us, and we're trying to gain some advantage where we can. I do realize that Daze and Basic Forest are not the best combination of things to have, but and blue is the most predominant color in the actual deck. I acknowledge that, but because of Dredge and Bizarre Strategies, I think the Basic Forest is the most important card, more so than the Island in this particular deck. Another reason is that I would expect an inordinate amount of initiative today, white initiative, and having a basic in your deck is pretty solid when you get to take the initiative, because you're probably, the chances of you keeping it follow and turn aren't great. So at least getting something out of the initiative is important, especially in that first stage. So I think another reason to have the basic in there. And Ghost Quarter. I do expect to see some level of workshops today, and Golos is the most common build of those types of shops. Uh, I do realize that there is a lot of null rod aggro out there as well that doesn't necessarily have Ghost Quarters, but just getting that a little bit extra value is something to think about there, guys. And outside of that, I'm not running Dig Through Time. Once again, going back to my roots as to how I handle Bug, I just don't think these decks are built to facilitate multiple delve spells in them. Certainly it can when you have something like Life from the Loam in the deck. I do get that, but you have to remember we're trying to fuel Deathrite Shamans, and we're trying to fuel our Tarmogoyfs, and delving is not optimal. As I said earlier, getting double blue is not easy in this deck. I will make an accommodation for Narset to do that, but running Dig Through Time I think is suboptimal and difficult, and especially when you start to get into Wasteland battles. And believe you me, Wasteland is the most confluent card in Vintage right now. Everybody is running it because of the printing of Lorn Revealed. We're only running one Lorn Revealed. It feels a little bit unfortunate that that's something that we have to do, but this deck list is so tight. I mean, pick your poison. You know, if you want to have a stronger mana base, this is certainly the card to put into your deck right now. And I don't think there's a whole lot else. We are going to keep run the one Boseiju. It's just a card I wish I could run another one. Another one of Sphinx of the Steelwind is a problem for this deck, and the only way we have to go get this is with Demonic Tutor. We don't have any, card draw, very little card draw and filtering in our deck. So I think that's pretty much it for the main deck. There are obviously cards as you can see, I'm not running a Brainstorm. That was another card that got cut. I mean, there are, what is it, 2, 4, 6 fetches in here. Brainstorm is a good card, but once again, I don't really think my focus is drawing cards here. That could be a mistake. I mean, who cuts Brainstorm? But that is one of the casualties I've made today to do this, and we just have to hope that we draw the right side of our deck. Moving on to the sideboard, of course, we're two Force of Vigor is very good too back in the main. This is something that we float back and forth between 0 to 2 in the main deck, and they're always going to be good. There is a strong green count in the deck to be able to pitch them, and sometimes just getting people with Force of Vigor in game one is really big game. Sideboard, I think the biggest thing to talk about in the sideboard is Leyline of the Void. Now, look, Leyline of the Void is traditionally not a card that I like to play in Bug. I just don't think it's good when you're on a Deathrite Shaman playing Tarmogoyf plan, taking away half of your opponent's graveyard, or taking away your opponent's graveyard and removing half of the Tarmogoyf Deathrite ability is significant. That said, I expect Dredge to be everywhere today. I think the two most popular decks are very likely to be Dredge and White Initiative. And so I'm very focused on those in my sideboard. And having played a lot of Dredge, Leyline of Void is just single-handedly the best card that you can play against them, and I think it is worthwhile uh, having the Leyline versus having something like Surgicals and Endurance or something of that nature. Pithing Needles, Graph Digger's Cage. It's just the best of them, and it's a worthy sacrifice, and so I'm going to play them today. And hopefully that they're good for me. I do realize that they are quite vulnerable to Force of Vigor, but we do have counter magic in our deck, and hopefully our sideboard mapping facilitates our ability to protect the ley line in those matchups. In addition to that, I do have a couple Assassin's Trophy for Bizarre Strategies and a Tabernacle. Obviously, having main deck Deathrite Shaman is very good as well in that position. So I'm not sure if we're favored against Dredge. Traditionally, Bug was favored against Dredge a couple of years ago, but it was close. And I would say 55-45 in favor of the Bug deck. But Dredge is very explosive, and given a solid opening 7, it's pretty hard to beat them. And moving on to the initiative matchup, as you can see, I've got a couple fatal pushes here, and the most recent tech that we're seeing out of these decks is Knight of Infamy, and I can support getting behind this card. It's pretty easy to cast at 2 mana, and you will ensure that you always do get the initiative against mono white initiative. And so I'm going to do that today, see how that goes. I'm going to be running Assassin's Trophies here to also help in the initiative matchup. They're a little bit clunky. It's going to be hard to cast them, but and of course, this is where something like an Assassin's Trophy is, or excuse me, Abrupt Decay is probably better than Assassin's Trophy because you don't really want to be giving your opponent lands, but you know, the Seasoned Dungeoneer does get hit by Assassin's Trophy, and you will lose to Seasoned Dungeoneer if you can't remove it. And of course, Abrupt Decay does not do that. So, once again, a nod in favor of Assassin's Trophy. I think the benefit outweighs the risk of giving them the land. Should we be able to hit them? And lastly, workshops. I am expecting to see some workshops today. Once again, pretty close matchup. I think slightly in favor of Bug, but traditionally, but having not played Bug in a couple of years, and obviously a lot of new printings in shops. So we are going to bring in 1 Energy Flux, so we've got the 2 Force of Vigors to augment the 2 that we have in the main. And just a little bit of a nod towards combo, Doomsday, Jewel, that sort of thing, that we will have the Singleton Mindbreak Trap to try and catch our opponents off guard. One of the things I'm not sure about is how heavy of a counter package we really want to have in this deck. I mean, we do have some. It's not a great counter package. I mean, it certainly would be inferior to something like Doomsday, but it hopefully will be enough to get us through. And that's pretty much what we've got. That's the longest deck tech I've done in quite some time. So I hope that was helpful and give you some of the insights as to what I'm thinking today. And yeah, as always, I do appreciate you hanging out, guys. Looking forward to this tournament. And please hit the like, comment, subscribe. And we're going to see you in round 1. Okay, guys, here we are in round 1 of the Vintage Showcase. And we've drawn Senator. And they are playing what I think is the Unlucky Monkey Rug Lurus list. And this hand, how do we feel about it? We did not win the die roll. It's a little bit slow. Ragavan is in their deck. But we're on the draw. I think we can keep this. Ragavan single-handedly is a problem here, but I don't think we can play around that. Is this the Ancestral? No. Um, okay, 2 life here. Let's see what we're dealing with. It messed up. Okay, well, I think we got a black source here. We're going to cast a Deathrite Shaman. Hopefully that can resolve. And it does. Okay. So now we have a jump blocker for a Ragavan if need be. Yeah, Lavinia is in. Treasure Cruise was one of the worst draws in my deck right now. I could see this hitting a negation. Yep. Take 2. Wasteland, yep. So keeping me off of Lurus here. Pretty reasonable. Love to keep them off of like a Treasure Cruise or something here, but I just can't see a world where we can gamble like that with Ragavan potentially coming in. So Wasteland, I can't really play well around it here. I think we just take a gamble, go to end of turn, and what I'm trying to articulate here is that I was contemplating removing a spell from their graveyard here to prevent Delve. But the problem with that is I open myself up to Wasteland, and I don't think I want to do that if there's a Wasteland that comes down. So it is Saga, and they're probably just going to pull Lurus to hand here, is my guess. So because they've done that now, I am going to fetch, and I'm going to get an Underground Sea, and I am going to remove something from their graveyard. Don't think it really matters, but we'll take the probe here. And they probably just pull Lurus is my guess. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty handy for me. So I am going to cast Oko here. I just think it's worth it. And see if this gets negated. If it does, we have another one the following turn. So do we want to remove Lavinia here to turn on our Force of Will? I think that is pretty reasonable. They're going to start making constructs. So what if they drop Lurus here? I guess Lurus doesn't do a whole lot because I can steal it, or I can, yeah, I think I just make a construct here and gamble. So they're going to knock it down to 4 again. But I'm going to have a solid blocker up, and I will eventually be able to block this. It's a bit of a risk what I'm doing here, but I think it's okay. My gut is that they're going to try and value the Saga here, which is pretty good against me, and try and get Lotus for Lurus before they cast it. That said, I could chump block here with the Deathrite Shaman and steal Lavinia. Which means my force will be king. I don't think I need to do that here. Ooh, that was a nice one. So I can turn this off if I so choose to do so. I think now is the time to do it. I don't know. Is it? Yeah, I think it is. I'd like to be able to fight over Leovold here if I can. Yep. I'm not going to fight over that. I'm not sure what I want to pitch here. Probably the Treasure Cruise. The second Oko is pretty good. But maybe it's excessive. Okay, Leovold is in. Okay. I don't even think I necessarily need to fight over Lurus here. Like, I acknowledge they've got some pretty good stuff going here, but Oko is going to dominate the table. I don't even need to fight over this, I don't think. Okay. Probably they're just going to go and get Lotus, yeah. Okay. They can attack. Here comes Lurus. Do I need to fight over Lurus? I mean, it's pretty strong. 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah. I think it's just worth it. They're going to force back here, Flusterstorm. Okay, they got better value than me there. Okay. So they can get Lotus back. So Treasure Cruise, I mean, they can counter it, but I think what I'm going to do is I am going to do it. They could get me with, oh, they're playing a Jeskai here, so it's probably fine. Collector Roof is nice. I could shut these off. I think I like that. Okay, that's solid. Now, what do we want to do here? Do we just want to make this an elk? I think we do. Lurus does not look that great here. We have an answer to Saga now. Okay. Card draw is shut off with Leovold. I think that's the way we do it. This prevents them from recasting the Lavinia here. So there's Ragavan. That's pretty good. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. That's actually quite a problem for me. Oops. Well, I guess if they come in after Leovold, it's not the end all be all. Take their white source here. So what happens here? They come in, I can block the Lurus, and then they just get my Oko. I think that's fine. That was quite a mistake on my part. I can cast another Oko here. Maybe I need to do that. Got to watch my time a bit here. One of the problems, having not played these types of deck in quite some time, is that I'm a little bit pensive on my plays. As you can see, my opponent is 5 minutes plus ahead of me. They can just recast Ragavan here off of Lurus. But if that's all they're doing for their turn, it's not the end all be all for me. And they will get to kill my my Oko. But taking away their card draw here is pretty significant. Yeah. Okay, they're coming after Oko. I prefer them to attack with the Ragavan because at least I can get a block in and make them recast it and use their mana, which is helpful. Doesn't matter. I can play around days. Okay, this is very helpful. I don't think I need to play Boseiju here, but maybe I just do. And next turn, I will. I don't know. I would like to steal their Lurus. Gives me my Deathrite Shaman back. Like, it's a pretty reasonable trade, but obviously Oko can just take over a game all on its own. So maybe I just don't worry about Lurus for a turn. My opponent is struggling on mana here. Yeah, maybe I just keep creating here. Okay, Haywire Might is turned off. All right, we stabilized here finally. Um, I'm going to create another food token, and I'm going to attempt to trade Oko next turn. They didn't attack this turn, so I don't think I need to do anything this turn. And I do have Force of Negation Hardcast here, can play around Flusterstorm and Spell Pierce. Now, they may come in fat, hard and heavy here, but they can cast Ragavan again. Okay. I'm grateful my opponent conceded there because of our time constraints. Like, we're down to 13 minutes here, and it would have taken me some time to, probably another 2 or 3 minutes to be able to close it. But we were going to get their Lurus there and be able to get Deathrite. Okay, so we're playing against Jeskai. I do think Fatal Push is something we probably want against them. So I do think Collector Roof is pretty reasonable here. I don't know about wanting an extra Assassin's Trophy. Treasure Cruise, okay. I don't think Force of Vigor is that great here. Of note, Saga is a little bit of a problem, but I think Boseiju is probably not optimal, but it does kill Pithing Needle. That is something to think about on our Oko. What's interesting is, are they going to bring in Pyroblast? Narset seems fine. Daze is not as good on the draw. Do I want a trophy or a vigor? Maybe I just want the trophy. Yeah, just I think because the main reason is because they have Ren and 6. Being able to kill it with a trophy is pretty solid. All right, guys, let's try this out. My mana is pretty awkward here, but we do have a force. I guess I'll keep this. It's a little bit loose, but if we can find a mana for Deathrite Shaman, it's solid. What's awkward about this? If this is a dashed Ragavan, perhaps I should have thought about forcing that. But having the Collector Roof here is good. Yep. Hmm. This is a little bit risky given they could have Flusterstorm here, but I really want to keep them off of Lurus, to be perfectly honest. Lotus, so good. They know what's in my hand here, so let's see if they force this. They didn't. Okay, well. I think it's just better to get the value here. This gives me some mana with the Deathrite, and I shut off their mana. So pretty good turn for us there. I guess the question I have here is, do I attack their mana? I probably do. I mean, I acknowledge Saga is a problem, but they're not anywhere near being able to utilize it. Probably should have attacked for an extra one there. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite me. Okay, they don't have mana. That's huge for us. I think I will play out the Mox here because of Oko. So I can turn it into something right away. Okay, that's pretty good. I am going to attack with everything this turn. Cast another Deathrite. I could see this getting forced. Okay, we can cast I don't even think we need to do the op agent here. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. That's okay. We can kill them next turn. If they force a will, my op agent. So what I'm going to do here now is just cast the op agent in their combat. I don't think I need to get sneaky with it. Okay, nice win for us there in round one, guys. We'll see you next round. Okay, here we are in round two. And we've run into what is likely a Jewel player. Unfortunately, we did not win the die roll, which could significantly impact our chances in this particular matchup. The card we are looking for here to resolve is a Collector Roof. So we are looking for a Force of Will, Force of Vigor, Force of Negation in our opener with the adjoining card to pitch. Because we're on the draw, we're going to need that, and some combination of Collector Roof and Wasteland would be good. So we're looking to stifle their turn one play, and then follow up with Disruption. Okay, yep, very powerful hand. We can't stop their turn one play, but we do have the potential for a turn one Collector Roof, or we could time walk into Collector Roof and Wasteland, which is definitely a consideration. But we'll see how broken their turn is. They have kept 7. So what we don't want to see here is a turn one Jewel. Or a PO for that matter. Hopefully they have no gas here at all. They do. It's a PO. Yep, ring is in. The gig is up. We have nothing. Yeah, we might have lost on turn one here because we didn't have counter magic. But if we can somehow get to untap here, this could be really powerful for us. And we can just stifle everything they're doing here. But this is a bit of a tall task. Okay, Metamorph. New Rain. Okay. Let's hope we can fade this turn here, that they don't do anything else. Okay, it doesn't look like it. Okay, Force of Negation is good. I wish it was a Force of Will. I think we just have to slam the Collector Roof here. Like, I don't think they run Negation, so maybe we do just Time Walk here. The issue with Time Walking is it takes Force away from us. But one of the reasons to Time Walk is we can cast an Oof and Strip Mine, which I quite like. No, I think we just got to cast Collector Roof here. Go get a Trop. Let's hope, guys. Okay, it's in. It's a pretty big game for me. I think I'm just going to cast a Tarmogoyf here, and then I will Time Walk next turn. They can cast Jewel, but Jewel will only do so much, and I will steal it the following turn. This might be a bit of a greedy play here. But this gets the clock going further. And we just win we should win next turn if our Time Walk resolves. Is a Tinker? How do I feel about 3-ball here? I don't think it stops my plan. That said, if I do counter the Trinisphere here, I can Time Walk and Wasteland. I think that it's worth doing. Or do I even care? What I do care about is Academy could be pretty rough. They could PO a bunch. An interesting decision point here. I think this is fine. If they have an academy into a ring or something, it's unfortunate, but they don't realize I have the time walk coming. Okay. So I do think this gets a lot tougher post board here. But what they have on their side is things like Worm Coils and Argentum Masticores and like, so Assassin's Trophy is not very good in those particular instances. They have removal from my oofs. I do wonder how good Assassin's Trophy is. Oko can deal with Worm Coils. I don't have a good answer to Argentum Masticore outside of Force of Vigor. Maybe it's okay to have one Assassin's Trophy, and maybe Tarmogoyf is not really what I'm looking to do here. I'm trying to control my opponent. Light from the Loam is okay, but it does seem a bit clunky. But if I do resolve a Collector Roof, keeping them off of mana is a viable strategy. I think Daze is probably not at its best here. Op Agent is okay. It does damage their sagas, but I don't think that is good enough. Deathrite Shaman coming down early fixes my mana and gives me the ability to potentially cast a turn 2 Collector Roof as well as attack into a Jewel that misses. Okay, I think this is fine. Okay, well, once again, turn 1 Collector Roof is pretty strong. Our mana situation will look a little bit tentative from here, but let's just see if they lead with the defense grid here possibly. Okay. One ring maybe. So I'm not loving this spot. Force of Will does scare me here. But if my oof does resolve, it's quite powerful. Okay, it's in. Yep, that's the card that I was scared of here. All right, well, let's find a land off the top here. Okay, Wasteland was a good draw. What I could do here is I could cast Deathrite and I can Wasteland. I do like that. But Oko does not fix this, but I could go and get a Force of Vigor next turn. But the problem is they're going to get my Oof here. But if I can get the Narset down, what I could do is I could Demonic Tutor. No, but I'm going to be able to do this anyways next turn. Because they're almost assuredly going to kill my Collector Oof here. It's close. Yep. Just into another ring here. Maybe straight into a Jewel. Another PO. Yeah, it's pretty disappointing. Yeah, we're pretty fried here, unfortunately. Protection from multicolored. I'm just losing to the Masticore here. Like what I could do, it still doesn't answer the actual Masticore, which is the issue, but I could loam, go and get my Wasteland, Demonic Tutor, Deathrite Shaman, go and get a Black Lotus. No. What I need to do is I could Demonic Tutor, go and get a Black Lotus, get Black Lotus, cast Narset, then cast a Deathrite Shaman, so I can chump block this, and I guess I just try and dig here. Believe it or not, I think that's the best thing I can do. Oh, Energy Flux. God, Energy Flux is really good. I didn't think about Energy Flux. I don't think that's what I can do, though. Requires me to set it up next turn. Narset does stop them from any shenanigans for this turn, though. Well, only in so it actually doesn't really, in truth, because my opponent can just kill my Deathrite Shaman. And the problem is they're drawing a lot of forces here. Like they can draw Force of Will. Maybe Energy Flux is just my literal best chance at being able to win here. Or what I could do is I could get Force of Black Lotus. No. Yeah, I think it's Energy Flux. Believe it or not. We can have 6 because I have a defense grid in play. It just doesn't matter. We're probably dead here, but if they somehow, just do something like put a Worm Coil into play or something like that, and they tap their mana out. So, oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good too. If I draw land, it's not so great for them. Oh, they have one in their yard now, the tomb, so I still can do this. Because the Energy Flux was going to kill my Mox Emerald anyways. Let's see what happens. Now they could just be holding up Force of Will here. They are holding up Hardcast Force of Will here. I was really thinking whether I wanted to use the Boseiju here, but further down the line because I have the loam, but I don't think I have that luxury. Should I be able to gain control of this game, I can't wasteland my own Boseiju and pick both of them up, so I think that's a far more viable option. So let's see if we can resolve an Energy Flux. It will not be easy, but this is definitely, I think, our best line to try and get out of this situation. They do have a Force of Will. Okay. Okay. Probably dead here. Once again, we can have 6 because we're underneath grid. They only have a couple Argenta Mastercores on the board. We were far better off facing a Worm Coil. I think we were in much better shape if it was a Worm Coil. The Argenta Mastercore is really tough on us because Oko can't get it. Protection from multicolored. As I identified in sideboarding, it's the card that is most likely to cause us a lot of problems. Not even sure what gets us out of this now. They have Active Saga going. 3-ball, okay. I don't think there's anything that gets us out of this here. Okay. Did lose that game. Now, Life from the Loam did not seem good here. I think this is good. Okay. Not sure how good Days is against this matchup, but if my plan comes together and I've got a collector roof on table, the Days becomes a lot more viable in that particular situation. I'm also more apt to be able to resolve my stuff because part of their plan will be defense grid. This hand is not great, but I do have force of will and force of negation here. So I think that this is probably worthwhile keeping for now. It's a controlling hand. Just play a polluted delta and pass. Oh, interesting. Okay. Wow. So I can play an energy flux right here. Yep. All right. That's what we're doing. That's just Black Lotus into an energy flux, right? A little bit awkward because I have to pay for my food token, but I think that's okay. We can take a turn off. Okay. 8 cards in their hand, moving to discard. More coil. Yep. Okay, so I draw oof. Leave a green up. All right. Okay, guys, here we are in round 3. We've won the die roll. My opponent does not have any vintage results that I have seen, so we are playing against an unknown deck. We would like to play first. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty nice hand. Down to 6. Okay, well, why don't... what do we want to lead with here? I think it's reasonable to lead out with black. Oh, we're just F6'd here. Wow, okay. Well, if it's F6'd, I'm just going to Ancestral Recall myself. See if we can find a Deathrite Shaman to maximize our... Okay, that's pretty good. Well, actually, it's not good. It's unfortunate that we've got so much air here. But I guess what I could do is I just loam here. I mean, I'm going to cast the Sylvan. And I think I just loam. It's a little bit unfortunate we didn't draw any sort of gas there, but hopefully we are not punished here. Okay, bizarre. So this could be Dredge. We can kill the Bazaar here with the Boseiju. And hopefully my opponent does not have an explosive turn here. Being on the play for us was pretty important. Okay, it is indeed Dredge. And I found a hollow one. Yuck. Okay. I don't think we need that right now. Wow. Brekatola. Yuck. Not liking my chances from here, but we can kill the hollow one next turn if we choose to. Hopefully they miss on their Stinkweed here. If they do, with no other dredgers, then we've got a chance. And they did miss. We're still in pretty rough shape here, though. I think we have to find a Deathrite really quickly. And they will get a bridge token if I do pick up the Boseiju with the loam. I guess really what we need here is a Tarmogoyf. Tarmogoyf and then a Deathrite. Because what they're going to do is they're going to eat their own Icarid here. They might sacrifice their hollow one here to Cabal Therapy, possibly to try and take something out of my hand. What I could do is not fetch here, pick up the loam, and save the fetch for a shuffle on the Sylvan Library moving forward. I think that's probably a better play. I do have to kill the hollow one here. Unfortunately, I milled one of my two Tarmogoyfs. It's awkward, but I do think I need to pay the life here. Actually, I shouldn't have paid that life because I cannot loan back to Beseju here. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to. I'm not thrilled about this, but it just is what it is. Do I go for maximum value and just fetch here? I'm not sure how much the extra life is going to matter, but it might. But I'm going to have to do it anyways, so yeah. Oops. Yeah, that 4 life is going to end up being quite costly for me here. I didn't think this through well enough, unfortunately, and it's put me in an awkward position. I don't think I need to worry about a basic here in this particular instance. And we will Beseju the hollow one here, and they are going to eat their own Icarid. And there's going to be a bunch of bridge tokens that come in, but hopefully we can find something good off the Sylvan Library to be able to stabilize me, to be able to put 2 creatures on the table next turn. Tarmogoyf or Leovold being the best of those. We're not dead here yet, but we are in a position to be able to stabilize here if we find the aforementioned cards. So they're going to be 7 power next turn. No, not 7. So hopefully the Deathrite Shaman resolves. And, oh no. It's pretty huge. So 4 power. We can stabilize here potentially, though. Probably not. I did not play this optimally. I just need to slow down a little bit here. Yeah, we can't get out of this one. Yep, we don't survive. Okay. We get a lot better, though, post board. I feel like we hung around that one pretty well, all in all considering. So Op Agent is poor. I think Force of Negation is not great. Narset is a consideration on the play. I don't need all these Vigors. Collector Roof is poor. Okay, let's see what I'm bringing in. I'm bringing in Tabernacle. I'm going to bring in 2 Assassin's Trophies. I'm going to bring in 4 Leyline of the Void. That is 59. Force of Negation is not great in this matchup. Things like Noxious Revival do move at instant speed, but if I get myself into a position where I can cast it, or my opponent makes a mistake, it's not the worst. It is a card that pitches to force a will. What I'm thinking about here is Hollow One. Like, how concerned am I about a Hollow One? Let's try this. Okay. Well, it has my best card in Leyline of the Void. I have a redraw and probe. It's a little bit risky, but I'm going to keep it. Traditionally, I'm not crazy about Leyline of the Void in Bug because it shuts off what my Deathrite Shamans and Tarmogoyfs become a lot worse. But I am only on 2 Tarmogoyfs in this, and it's just single-handedly the best card against Dredge. I do realize that it can be removed via Force of Vigor, but they need to have it, and they need to be able to get through my counter magic. Versus things that require, pitch in your hand, like Surgical Extraction, Endurance, Cage, Needle. They can be taken out of your hand with Grief when you're on the draw. They're not as reliable in that regard, and you can lose, versus this comes in on turn 0 uncounterable. Okay, they do have a Hollow One, unfortunately, and I did not find a land here. Okay, we're going to play it out anyways. We're going to have to get a bit lucky here. Interesting, they have missed up here. That could be quite good against me as well. Okay, it's in. I am going to do this now, so Force of Vigor does not become a player. And we need a blue mana right now. Okay, that's not the worst, believe it or not. So Chalice of the Void, would they have kept that in? Probably not. I don't really want to give them extra fodder for Vigor here. So I think I passed the turn. Okay. That was fantastic. Wow. So lucky. Okay. Okay, it's in. Awesome. We do need to find a blue mana source here. Okay, this could be Vigor. They do have it. Okay. What did they pitch? Okay. My opponent is moving up towards manual discard, which is unfortunate for me because I really need a blue source here. Okay. And or be able to hard cast my Force of it, my Leyline of the Void. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. So we are losing this now. Let's hope we can find a black source. Getting Leovold into play could be helpful if they miss on Dredgers here, which, of course, I know they have a Grave Troll in hand. So, Deathrite Shaman could be very good here. I know that they have the Mist up in hand, of course, so we'd have to play around that. Okay. So they did find an Icarid. Okay, that is helpful. I know they have that messed up still, right? Yeah. Don't have black mana still. Okay, no Dredgers there, which is good. I don't think I Ancestral. But by doing so, I do take a card out of their hand. So I think I'm gonna wait one more turn here because if I can resolve the Ancestral, it's really good for me. They did stack it correctly. I think my window has passed here. I am going to Ancestral now. It sucks to do it, but I really just need to keep them off of manual discard here. I maybe could have waited one turn, but I think it's passed for me. I just need to keep them off manual discard and hope to draw into a black source. or Deathrite Shaman here. Okay, that is helpful. Gonna get in, trying to kill my opponent here. Okay, there it is. So they are going to discard here. I may just want to gain life off of this, to be honest. We'll see. I do have to pay my upkeep on Leovold here. Maybe I just turn Leovold into an elk here and use this as life gain. So it is the... I can put them down to 9 here. I think that's the correct thing to do. They shouldn't be able to kill me because I have life gain up here. I have Assassin's Trophy up. Yeah, I like this. Okay, they hit an Archamoeba and they have bridges. And a Hogak. Amalgam comes in. Okay. All right. Good win there for us. Let's just hope Dredge has a bad opener where they have to mull into oblivion. I do think the Force of Vigor is probably better on the draw, and it may have been better on the play as well. I think Narset is pretty bad. Just wondering, do I want push over something like a Narset? I might. Okay, I think it might be worth doing that. So I think we very much proactively need to have a ley line in our opener. The question is how much are we willing to mull towards it? Okay, this is a really nice hand. We're going to keep this one. Opponent kept their 7. We have an answer to the Bazaar in Assassin's Trophy turn 2. Now, we do have an answer to Hollow One as well. Okay. Okay, I have now Spell Pierce up. And I would like to get the Deathrite Shaman going here. But I think it's better to kill their Bazaar and not fool around. This is juicy if they have a Vigor here, because we have the Pierce, but... Now, do I force a Vigor right now? I probably do. But then again, I do... It's only really Misstep that gets me. I think I can wait. Okay. Let's hope that they don't have another Bazaar here. They might force a will this. I do think they will if they have one in hand without a Bazaar. Okay. They did have the Bazaar. Interesting. Okay. I wonder if they have Vigor here. Okay. It's really Hollow One that scares me the most here. I think I'm going to go get a green source here, so if I find a Wasteland next turn. Yeah, so I'm going to go and get a, just a tropical. Guess I could hardcast Leyline at some point, but I should be able to do that anyways if the Deathrite resolves, so I think a tropical island is fine. The question I have is, what if I get Wastelanded? Is it better to just get a forest? It might be, you know. Okay, it's in. Interesting decision point on that snow-covered forest. I think playing around Wasteland is important here. of course, I have a black source in hand, which makes this a lot better. So this feels like a vigor coming. Oh, interesting. Okay. I do find it interesting they are not doing this in their main phase because of Hollow One. Hollow One is definitely a card that puts me in a difficult position from here. Lava Wasteland. Okay, huge, huge, huge draw. Probably should have done that in their upkeep because if they were some way able to resolve a Force of Vigor, I guess I have an active Death Right. I do think I'm just going to start attacking. It's very unlikely they're going to be able to resolve their Vigor through my Spell Pierce here, unless they had specifically mental misstep, which is something. Wow, they just have triple Bazaar here. All right, we got a game. I don't think I need to tap out for a second ley line right now. Probably can drain them with my Force of Vigor here this turn. Just sit back on the Death Rate in case they're able to do something. Oh, Goif was such a good draw. Okay. It's only a 1-2, but it is going to allow me to apply pressure here. This is what I was talking about exactly as to why Leyline is so challenging. Because my creatures are small. So they did have the Vigor. Okay, well, we're going to be able to resolve our Spell Pierce here, which feeds our Tarmogoyf and our Death Right. Very, very big play there. And it buys us at least a couple turns to be able to build ourselves up further here. Love a Wasteland here or Strip Mine. That works too. Failed to find. Okay, and we're just going to attack in. Now they have no Bazaar. Well, I mean, they could have one in hand, but that would be pretty low prevalence. They've seen 3 already. Oh, all 4 of them are in their yard. Okay. Yep. Okay. That's actually pretty reasonable. I feel comfortable paying the life here in case I draw something like an Ancestral. And this builds my graveyard up. So it's pretty good. I'm going to just keep getting in here for damage. No reason to fetch here. I know it thins my library, but I'd much rather protect a black source. I do think we probably cast another ley line here. Or do we? Or do we? Maybe not. Probably unnecessary. The next turn I can just kill my opponent. I'll attack with the Tarmogoyf, and then I will drain with the Deathrite after we've dealt the 3 damage. Okay. So I said in my deck intro, like, the Dredge bug matchup is very close. And that highlighted the resilience of Dredge to be able to compete there. They had 3 Bazaars. They did find the bigger eventually. We just were fortuitous enough to find the answers we needed when we needed them, as our deck does not have very much ability to filter. Okay, here we are in round 4, guys. And I've taken a little bit of a gamble. I've taken a significant gamble here. I'm going to keep this hand against a player I believe is a dual player. And I'm on the draw. I get to draw an extra card, and I can bide my time with double force and potentially triple, depending if I draw a blue card or force a bigger off the top. So there are no, obviously I'm looking for lands to be able to cast the Collector Roof with some level of efficiency, but it is possible that I can put my opponent into a difficult position here by doing this. So we're going to use an Oko here because we're a long ways away from casting that. So they have a Force of Will. Okay, well, I think I'm going to keep Force of Will for a Metamorph. I don't mind the Force of Will going to the graveyard here to feed my Deathrite potentially. And we'll get rid of Oko. Yep, this seems reasonable. Okay. Now, would love a Wasteland, Black Lotus, a blue card, any blue card. All viable options and a reasonable chance of finding one of those. Okay, we did. Obviously awkward to pass with no land here, but we do have a Force of Will up, and if we find a blue mana next turn, we can Ancestral Recall, potentially. Okay. And we did. Okay. Well, going to get a blue-green, tropical. And I do think I'm going to Ancestral myself right now in hopes of hitting a Black Lotus. It's a little bit risky. Okay, we do have a Collector Roof next turn, so I will counter a Mox here, just trying to keep my opponent off of Urza's Saga. Okay, they didn't find anything. That's really lucky for me. And a very good card against my opponent. Well, they found a Force of Will. Nice that we have 2 follow-ups here with our Tarmogoyf. Top, okay. Okay, so we've got some damage coming through here. Just hopefully we can keep my opponent away from doing anything. All right, so against Jewel, we want Mindbreak Trap, we want Flux. What is not good against Jewel? I think Daze on the draw is probably fairly poor. Opposition Agent is likely not great. I do think Loam is pretty reasonable. I don't think Tarmogoyf is really what I'm looking to do here. Force of Vigor certainly should be coming in. The combination of Wasteland and Collect Roof, or Strip Mine Collect Roof, is a really powerful way to shut my opponent down. I do like that. We probably could cut a forest in this matchup, to be honest. I guess the question I have here is, do we want Assassin's Trophy for any reason? Like, is it better to have Daze as a pitch spell? So we are going to be facing down some creatures, and Wormcoil is pretty tough on us, but we have answers to that through Force of Vigor and Oko. Assassin's Trophy does help there. Where Assassin's Trophy does not help us is against the Mastercore. Narset is pretty good. I think Op Agent is pretty suspect in this matchup. I do acknowledge that Trophy is, excuse me, that this does stop them searching with their Urza Saga, but I don't think that's my main game plan here. I think this is fine. Okay, here we are in game 2. This hand does not have counter magic, but it does have a really powerful play in Narset and followed up with an Oko. I think that this is worth keeping because if my opponent has a setup hand, this could really ruin them, a Narset if it resolves. Okay, this looks like it could be a ring. Monolith, okay. Yeah, they can do a jewel here. That's pretty scary. All right. Well, a worm coil. Yikes. Okay. Well, I do have an answer to that. Oof. Negation was actually a really good draw here. So what's unfortunate for me is I can't actually wasteland my opponent here and get the Oko into play. But drawing the force here was really good. So, I mean, if they have a force of will here, there's not much I'm going to be able to do to stop this. I think I'm going to get a green mana here because if I draw Collector Roof next turn, it allows me to Collector Roof from Wasteland. So Tropical's good here. Let's hope we can resolve it. It's in. Okay. Let's hope they just have no follow-up here. That would be really nice for us. But if we have to use the negation, we will. Time Volt. Okay, well, we're gonna pitch and counter that. We're not even gonna think twice about that. Hopefully they don't have a force here. Love a collector. Oh, Metamorph, yeah. It's pretty tough on me. Yeah. All right, well, I'm not quite sure how we're gonna get out of this. This is tough. So I can't really protect my Oko here. It is going to die. Hmm. Yeah, it's pretty tough on me here, but it is what it is. I don't even know that I wasteland here. I guess this gives him 3 mana. I think I'm okay to wasteland. Our route to this game, guys, is energy flux. And so Demonic Tutor can allow us to do that. I'll just kill my Oko here and hit me for 3, I think. Okay. Not bad. Unfortunately for me, it turns the worm coils into a bunch of. Well, actually, are these even worm coils now? No. So it doesn't do anything here for me. Hmm. Okay. This one's getting away from us here. Yeah, those are not. This is pretty sad, but this is what we've got. And I guess a Tarmogoyf could keep us around next turn. So we had everything under control, with the exception that my opponent was on the creature plan. Mana Crypt, okay, that's a dangerous combo. Grid, yeah. Okay, so we got manhandled that game pretty good. In truth, I thought we were going to be in better shape with our opener with the Lotus, but this time we were on the play. Could see days coming in. I think Loam was pretty clunky. All right. I would like to play, thank you. I mean, I can't not keep turn one Oko. I just can't. I wish it was a. Obviously, we had a Collector Roof in hand, but Oko is not easily handled if they don't have a really explosive hand that goes over top of it. Like it's pretty good. We're going to be able to get a turn one Oko and a Deathrite into play, which is pretty good. We'll go and fetch a blue source, probably a tropical. This is presuming my Lotus resolves, my Oko resolves. Okay, my opponent has mulligan, but they're really parsing on 6 here. Okay. All right, let's see if we can get through a force here. I do think we want a tropical. Let's see if we can get her in, guys. Okay. So this lets us deal with, I guess an Argentum Mastercore we can't deal with here with the Oko, but we do have the Boseiju for it. Wormcoil we can manage. Now we just need to hope my opponent does not have a broken turn one. Okay. They just draw here. Yep, okay. Let's rip a collector roof, guys. Time Vault's pretty scary here. That's really not what we wanted, to be perfectly honest. Do I want to cripple their mana by giving them a 3/3? Probably. Right? Take away their Might Stone. Wasteland this. I do have an answer to a vault, a key for the vault with my Deathrite and Boseiju. It's a bit awkward because it puts my Oko in jeopardy the following turn. Like if I have to do something like hit a ring. But I think this seems appropriate for right now. And if they give me a turn of reprieve here, where I can stand up my food token to be able to block their Might Stone, it's pretty good for me. Okay, Saga. Yep, I have an answer to that next turn. Okay. Okay, so that's great news for me. I like the force. I'm not there yet. Stand that up. I do have to sit, unfortunately, on my Deathrite Shaman here to hold up a Seiju for now. Not thrilled about it, but we just right now are trying to maintain control. Yeah. Yep. Happy with that exchange. Hopefully my opponent has no land here. Grid. Okay. Saga is a bit scary here. Do I just nuke this thing now? Give them a blue mana? I think I can wait. That was one of their better draws, though. Boy, that's so good. All right, well, let's get busy casting it. And it can't be countered, so this is going to be really strong for me. Okay. There is a world where we could lose here if my opponent does pay for their time vault and they find some way to cast key, find key. No. So that takes the pressure off me of having to worry about getting time vaulted. So I am faced with the question of, do I want, oh, that's a good one. They found a tomb. Do I want to pay for my food token? I have a feeling they're going to get Needle, but how are they going to keep Needle around? Black Lotus does allow them to do some stuff here. I don't think I need to pay for my food token this turn. Like something like a Collector Roof is very strong here. Okay, I don't mind the land. Obviously would have probably preferred a blue spell. Am I going to kill this Urza Saga? I don't think I need to. Like, what does it portend if they do? Right, Black Lotus. So they're going to let their Mox die. And if they make constructs, they have to pay for the constructs. Which is not likely to do much. Do I just turn my Deathrite into a beater here? Maybe. What is the Deathrite doing for me? Does allow me to hardcast Force of Will next turn, but almost assuredly I want to keep the Boseiju in my hand. Playing this. Like, they still have to deal with this energy flux no matter what it is they cost or do. And I still have the actual Boseiju. So I don't think I need to do anything here. Can't really attack here. So, okay. We'll just pass turn. I've got the Boseiju up if I need it. Hopefully we can find a blue card for Force of Will. Like, the Masticore is really the only way they can remove energy flux, and so perhaps I just need to save Boseiju for that. Okay, they let that go. Maybe they're just going to go for a jewel here, a jewel kill. That does get me, perhaps. But once again, I still have the Boseiju if they try to metamorph it or something like that. I feel reasonably safe here. My opponent only has 4 cards in hand. Okay, my opponent is thinking long and hard about how they want to do this. Funny enough, I was almost ready to cut Beseiju from the deck, but I ultimately kept it specifically for Sphinx of the Steel Wind, so I had an out to it in the deck. And I am grateful in this situation to have the Beseiju. Okay, opponent one got top. Okay, that's something they can flip. It's Energy Flux just eats up so much bandwidth of what my opponent is doing that it's not the end all be all for sure. Could have been far worse for me what they went and got, like a Pithing Needle. Now, of course, can't really pay for a Pithing Needle well, but I drew the top again. Yep. I do think this time I will pay for the food token. I'm looking for a blue card off the top here. I really would like the security of having Force of Will up. Not at the expense of playing my Beseiju here, but I am going to come off of hard casting Force potentially this turn to pay for my food token. I really do feel like I need to get a clock going here. Okay. So I can attack with my Deathrite Shaman here, I believe. As I still have Beseiju up. Yeah. We want to get every damage in we can, especially because my opponent has an Ancient Tomb. They're just going to try and have a big turn on me here. Like, my feeling is that they're trying to build up a critical amount of cards in their hand that they can just go off. I feel like if we get to untap this turn, we're going to be in a pretty decent position. Well, we're in a decent position now, but I feel like we'll have a hard time losing from here. Especially if we draw a blue card that I can pitch to Force. Mm-hmm. I might just turn my Deathrite Shaman into a creature this turn. Let's see what we draw. Probably I'm going to fetch here.
They won't be able to metamorph if I turn my Deathrite into an elk here. I hit them down to 4. They'd have to use their... They can't use their Ancient Tomb and metamorph. It will kill them, and they need to pay for it. I can just cast Sylvan Library and hold up Boseiju. I think that's the best thing because Boseiju is uncounterable. That's what I'm going to do, guys. Okay. Let me just sit on Boseiju here. And yeah, I mean, this is the turn, guys. We have to hope. They have one more tap with their Ancient Tomb. Okay, so my opponent did have Black Lotus. I mean, that's pretty good. So here we go. Okay. Yeah. It's pretty good. Monolith, okay. So I don't know that I want to besiege the tabernacle here, but perhaps I do. I'm looking for a collector roof here. This will give them an island, which could PO them. So maybe I don't do it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pretty good turn from my opponent there. I think we take a look. Four minutes and 58 seconds. We got lots of time. Oh, I can't look at what he's doing. Okay. Well, I think this is fine. The ring is now shut off, deals them a damage. I guess I can just, they can't pay anything. I guess I just nuke this thing. Now will I have a chance? These are all just shut off. Okay, let's go. They're going to get an island. I have a force of will here. And I'm just going to create a food token, right? Okay. Oh, they conceded. Okay. Yeah, I think we played that well. That was very tenuous there. Like Academy was the best card. Obviously, finding a collector roof off of the Sylvan Library was very important. I mean, guess they were very good draws in general. We found a force, blue card, and Gitaxian Probe, and the Oof, which was really what we were looking for. But yeah, we'll take that one. Okay, guys, here we are in round 5, and we're playing against Fire Truck, who is a bizarre player, and most recently looks like they have been playing Dredge and with some success. So if we are indeed playing against Dredge, we are grateful to be on the play, and let's see what we can find. We've won the die roll. So this is a bit of an awkward hand. We do have what we're looking for in a Deathrite Shaman. We have a redraw and a probe looking for a land. Oof is not a very good card for us, but we do have a force of will. Despite we'd be sad to pitch our recall if we needed to resolve our Deathrite Shaman or if we needed to stop a hollow one. I think that this is probably worth keeping. We are a dog in game 1, but these are the tools that we need as Deathrite Shaman and Wasteland, and we can protect it. And if there's a way that we can find a mana source to cast the Deathrite here, it's pretty good, and it's better if it produces green mana, of course. But let's take a peek. Okay, that is... They do have a force of will here. Do I try an ancestral here? They're just going to pitch their force of will into their amalgam here. Maybe I wait a turn. Yep. I guess it was Narcomoeba, force of will. They can discard the amalgam, Golgari Grave Troll. Really hope they don't hit a hollow one here, but they did. Okay, how do I feel about that? I know 4 of their 5. Okay. Oh, I want to do this. Just wondering if I want to wasteland first. Probably not. Let's just do this. Ancestral myself. It's possible they found a negation here, but I don't think they're going to have 4 blue cards in hand. Force of will, Narcovivo, gone. Okay, so what I am going to do is I'm going to force a will that. Pitching Daze. And hopefully this is enough to get me into a Deathrite Shaman. Okay, it is. And I also have a Tarmogoyf here, which I can cast. But we unfortunately, I just think, are very penciled into probably, believe it or not, want to buy you here. Yeah, probably. Okay. And let's hope they don't, the extra card's not a Noxious Revival or another Bazaar. Okay. This feels like a revival. Yep. Okay, well, I mean, that's pretty bad for me. But it's not the end all be all. I don't think they can Icarid here. And Tarmogoyf is going to gum things up here. And hopefully we can take over with our Deathrite. No dredgers now. Hopefully they just have the one here that they get to discard. Yep. Okay, I think there's only one dredger. Yeah, geez, okay. Can we find a wasteland, please? Or a Black Lotus would be really nice. That's awkward. I think I'm going to cast a Tarmogoyf and a Deathrite Shaman here. And hopefully we can find another green mana and be able to take control there. They are going to get the amalgams in. I mean, the other option is I just cast a Tarmogoyf. No, that just doesn't work. I'm going to cast the Goyf here. We just need this to stabilize the board. We are in trouble here for sure. We missed on the land there, which was really awkward, but We are saving some damage here because we can block the hollow one. We're going to take 3, and hopefully my opponent just misses on dredges here. If they only find the one dredger, we're in really good shape then. And if we can find another green source next turn, I do feel like we can stabilize this board. Now we need some things to go right for us here, but okay, bridge from below is a problem. Cards in our hand are not great. But we are going to be facing down 2 amalgams here, unfortunately. Just a thug in the yard here. Okay, they did hit a chill, which is pretty scary for me. This is the card I don't want to see. But we have a number of good draws here. We're looking for any green producing mana. This will give them a bridge token. Do I want to just block the Icarid to prevent damage? I don't think so. I think this is our avenue to victory here. I was trying to get our death rights going. Okay. This makes a token, and probably going to take some. Oh, they're coming after me. Okay. I don't have anything of value here. Maybe they'll use their second therapy here to try and take Narset out of my hand, but Narset is not what I'm looking to do here. So amalgams will be coming back in here. I can't stop those. There's only one Icarid and one Dredger here. That's not bad. I mean, it's a lot of pressure coming my way here, but let's just rip. A tropical island would be probably my best hit. I also think Wasteland would be good. Strip Mine. That does do it. Okay. So I am going to have to get blocks up here. I can go up to 10 life here. I just take the Icarid right now. I can block one of these. 3, 5, 7. A Creeping Chill does cause problems here. But we are going to unfortunately have to take this. I will leave the black source up. I guess the question I have here, if I hit a chill, I do potentially die here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I'm up to 10. So a chill will kill me if they discard a dredger from their hand and naturally dredge into one. It kills me. But if I take their dredger here, this makes their play a lot worse. But this allows me to get a Creeping Chill, so I don't think I have to do anything here. They have a thug in hand, right? Which is a look at 5 cards. I think I just let them have the show. Six, 7, and I'm at 10 if I do that. So a creeping chill will kill me if they hit it. Is it a necessary risk that I need to take? I don't think so. I don't think I need to do it. I'm going to let them have it. And if I have to react to a creeping chill, I will. It's not optimal. They didn't hit yet. Problem is the bridge from belows are really what are going to get me here. I think I have to kill a token here. 3, 6, 7, 8 puts me to 2. Right, if I block this 3, 6, 8, yeah, I'm kind of in a bad spot here, but I'll eat the Icarid. Not thrilled about it, but I guess I can get rid of the bridges with one of the death rights next turn, or one of my. I guess I could cast Collector Roof potentially. Yep. Ooh. I think I can do here. Yeah, the therapies bring it back. Okay. That was not really what I wanted to do. I'm not playing this optimally here. Wasteland would be good. Labeled. That does not really help that much. What I can do is I can block. How many therapies are here? And then I can eat. Lucky there's just no Icarids here. I'm going to have to cast Leopold, I think. Green and black. Yep. Probably just dead right here. It's a risk I had to take casting Leopold there. I feel like I needed the other blocker. Okay. Let's hope. I'll take my own wasteland here. The reason is that if they have a Noxious Revival, they're incentivized to put their Bazaar on the stack here with the Noxious Revival. So we'll make a green, and we're going to eat something here. I don't think it really matters what we eat. And of course, they are going to be going to look for a chill while we do this. And so what's their biggest dredger here? Just looks like it's a thug. Okay, that's not bad odds. And we can have 6 from here. This will get rid of their bridges. So what they're looking for is a chill here. They did not hit it. So we are alive. The Narcomoebas are a problem. And a bunch of amalgams, which sucks, but we are alive. Or are we not? They must have hit a chill I didn't see. Yep. Okay. Disappointing. But we get a lot better post board. Negations are pretty poor. I don't mind Narset on the play. Opposition Agent is not what we're looking to do. Collectorus can also come out. If I recall, we had a little bit of a... We had one extra thing to do here. Okay. Do have to watch our time a little bit here. Much like in our first match against Dredge, we did lose game 1, but hopefully we can claw back game 2 and 3 here. Okay, leyline. It's not a leyline. We do have Beseju. Is this even possible to keep? Probably not. Much better. Put one of the ley lines away here. Take a peek. Vigor. Yep, that did work. I got a Bazaar, a Noxious Revival. So I do have an answer to the Revival, and they don't currently have a Dredger in their hand. Okay. I'm not going to play the Lotus out here. I realize it could get griefed, but I think it's worth just leaving it like this. Okay. Because if they're, I guess they're not going to Vigor here, but I don't want to set them up to be able to do that. And if they don't hit a Dredger here or another Bazaar, I feel like we're in decent shape. They did not hit a Dredger. So they've kept Force of Vigor. They did find a Force by the looks of it. Maybe not. There's Narcomoebo, Revival, and okay. I'm going to do it here. I got to watch my time here, all joking aside. Okay, not much going on here. Okay, this is not optimal. Okay, I probably could play the Lotus out, but I don't think it's necessary. That I will, though. They do have a Vigor here. Okay, here we go. So they're going towards manual discard here. And if they want to Vigor me here, I think that's fine. I'm going to go get a black blue. Yeah, that's fine. I will force a Will of Vigor if they have it. Okay, manual discard. And then they will attempt to Vigor me here this time. It's only a, what's it called there? That's not bad. Vigor I don't need. And do I want to pay 2 life here? 4 life? I don't think so. Maybe. I'm going to give them the target. Because I will actively force a Will it. They're just trying to manually discard here is what they're doing. They're on the slow plan here, which makes perfect sense. They will Vigor now. No? Okay. Sorry about the lack of commentary, guys. I'm feeling a little bit tight on my clock here. Game one, I got a little bit too entrenched in my lines and ended up costing me a moderate amount of clock. I do think Narset is a little bit too slow for what I'm looking to do here. It's interesting. Do I want the Force of Vigor here to try and stem hollow ones? Or do I want the cheap removal of a Fatal Push? It's interesting. Believe it or not, I don't know. It's a really tough one. I think it's more Force of Vigor, to be perfectly honest with you. The reason being is I'm really looking for a Ley Line of the Void in my opener here. And Force of Vigor, Hollow One is one of the only ways that my opponent circumvents that. Obviously, Force of Vigor is a thing, but being able to remove those Hollow Ones at instant speed does buy me time. All right, guys, let's hope they mulligan into Oblivion and we have a 7 with a Ley Line in it with some protection. All right, let's try her out. Well, we do have Ley Line and we do have a Force of Vigor and a Wasteland, so I can't ask for much better than that. They did keep their 7. Not going to Vigor here. Hope they don't have a second Bazaar, guys. See if they have the second Bazaar. Do I kill this thing now? Probably. What do I want to pitch is the next question. I'm 100 miles away from Leovold, but I do like having the ability to cast Time Walk rather than pitching it. I expect I'm likely to get in a fight here. Okay, nothing. Okay, I am grateful to find the strip mine here. We are actively looking for land. Don't mind force. Okay. Mhm. Great draw. I don't see myself coming off double force this game. We obviously need to close this game out in a reasonable pace, but do not want to play that one. Hopefully we can find another land here, or Deathrite Shaman or something like that. Figure. No, I'm not going to let that happen. Okay, Wasteland. What do I want to go and get here? I feel like I'm just going to buy you. What do we want to get? Loam seems pretty good. No, I just want to get a Tarmogoyf or something like an Oko. A Tarmogoyf is just what I want here. Yeah, it's probably my best bet to just close the game out at a reasonable pace. Nice, Bazaar. Hollow one. Yep. Okay. Here we go. Love a land. 4, yeah. Guess I'm just gonna protect that here because I am running out of time. Yep. Wasteland does get me pretty good here. But I've got a pretty strong clock going, so land. Oh, thank God. Like a Sickening Shoal does not kill this now, given the amount of stuff I have in my yard. Okay. got there. Okay. Sorry for the lack of commentary there, guys. I got myself into a position where my clock started to really matter, and the direct byproduct of that is you don't get to hear me talk my lines through, and Fire Truck is a very solid opponent, and I really need to be about my wits when I'm playing them. And yeah, as always, a very gracious opponent. Yeah, we'll take that one, guys. Very close. We're in round 6, and we're playing a mirror. Lord of Life Gain is a bug player, and has been for a long time. They very rarely deviate from this archetype. Unfortunately, we have to mulligan this hand, and we are on the draw to boot. If I knew I was going to find a green or black source off the top, I would 100% keep this, but we don't have the luxury of that. So let's see. Okay. Yep. So a little bit mana flooded here, unfortunately. I don't think they run a basic in their deck. We could kill the Deathrite Shaman. And Deathrite Shaman is an important card in this matchup. Why don't we do that? This is pretty aggressive, but what I recall from previous bug matchups, like this is an important card, Deathrite Shaman. Okay, my opponent did fail to find. We have days here up. Now, of course, my opponent does have a Mox in play, so that could change things, but okay. Going to play around days here. I will kill their C. Trying to keep them off of Leovold here. Now, if they Abrupt Decay me or Assassin Trophy me, excuse me, we have a basic in our deck, and that can matter. Collector Roof, okay. Yeah, to me that seems pretty reasonable. So I think I do dangle the tropical here, but I kind of like the idea of maybe I just expose the Bayou here. I'm presuming they're going to Wasteland here, but maybe not. Try and keep them off Treasure Cruise here. We'll just gain a couple life and circumvent their attack. Yep. Okay. That's unfortunate. I do like that. I think I'm going to go get an Ancestral here. Oko is also a possibility. Or do I want to go and get, I guess Loam is not really that good. Maybe I do just get Ancestral here. Oko is such a beating though. I'm quite a ways away from doing Oko things. Yeah, I'm going to get an Ancestral here. It's the most mana efficient play, and we can play around Spell Pierce. Hopefully there's not a Tarmogoyf. Oh, Sylvan Library. Okay, Sylvan Library is a really good one here. So is that one. We'll do blue, blue, black, green. See if they have the negation here. They don't. I'm just going to stand up my Mox. Deathrite Shaman does look good here, but I don't think I want to give them an elk quite yet. I will try and steal that maybe next turn. I don't think I want to attack there. Okay, well, Sylvan Library is a really big game here. Okay, so they bought one card to hand here. Tarmogoyf? Oh, another roof, okay. It's not overly good for them. I'm just wondering if I want to elk their death right now. I think I do. They're obviously struggling for mana here. Obviously struggling for mana. Now there is a chance that they do have Spell Pierce here, but do I cast this thing? What I'm going to do is I'm just not going to worry about negation. If they have it, so be it. They did not. Okay, well, I'm going to cast my best creature, Tarmogoyf here. I'm going to get another green spell. And we're going to get a Goyf into play here. It's a 3/4. Do I attack in here? No, it's not profitable for me to just trade like that there. Let's see what happens. I'll start draining with my death right here. Okay, they did pay another 4. Lotus is turned off. Okay. Oh, interesting. All right. That was a really good draw. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm going to create a food token here. I can't really profitably attack in here very well, but I guess now is the time. I probably should have just attacked last turn, because I'm just going to cast another Goyf here. And yes, they will trade here, but we're going to have to wade our way through this. And I think that's just where we're at. And I think that's okay. Another Goyf. We can counter a Force of Will here. I should have done it the other way around so I could have my Underground Sea open. Didn't play that tight. I'm just always ever cognizant of my clock, and I can be slow in these type of matchups. So I can be slow with blue decks in general. I get very pensive, but in the mirror here, it's not one I have a ton of experience with. Well, that's not true. I do have quite a bit of experience with it, but so my opponent is paying more life here. Okay, another land. Not sure what that means. I don't really care about the life gain here. Another Oko. I think I just gained control of their. Oh no! I went to combat by accident. I wanted to gain control of their collector roof. Oh well, I think I'm just attacking in. They've got 5 cards in hand, and I'm going to be able to recast a collector roof here. Like I guess this is just totally fine. That was a mistake on my part. Okay. Let's see. If they force a will here, I can drain. They hard cast it. Okay. That is fine. Okay, another force. Okay. A little bit of a punt on my part there, guys. I clicked into combat by accident, and this game would have been over had I not done that. But I think my opponent is in a difficult position here. Okay. They can't draw an extra card. They will see 3, but boy, are they dealing with a lot of damage here coming through. In addition to that, I can just drain for 2 with my death right here. Yep, dig through time is good. Bug does not usually have the tools to be able to get out of a situation like this. Yep. All right. Rather close parity on life or on clock here, so I'm pretty happy with that. So let's see what we can figure out for Bug here. We certainly want Assassin's Trophies, and I think we want Fatal Pushes. I don't think Force of Negation does anything. Or, excuse me, Force of Vigor. And probably Force of Negation does not either. And the Collector Roof is pretty bad. Is Knight of Infamy better? Is it better just to have more creatures? It might be. I don't know. Let's cruise around and see what else we can find here. We certainly want our basic treasure cruise. Op agent seems fine. This is a value card. Daze is typically not great on the draw. I could see cutting that. And maybe it is just a Collector Roof. My Collector Roof is not great in these matchups. No, neither is Spell Pierce, but it might help me win a battle over something. I mean, I think this is pretty reasonable. I do wonder if we do want the Daze over Collector Roof, but I just feel like creatures are probably pretty reasonable. Okay. This hand is not very good, but I do have an answer to Deathrite turn 1, and I do have Loam. I guess I'll gamble on this, guys. Cooked pretty good on Daze there, but no. Yeah, that was not a good draw. All right, not liking my position here. I mean, them finding that Ancestral was pretty key, and we kept a what I would call a shaky hand here. Okay. Land, please. Okay. I think I'm going to get a Bayou here. Do we want to bring in a Tarmogoyf here? It's a bit of a gamble. If I get Wastelanded, or like, let's say I get Assassin's Trophied, I can go and get my basic. That's solid. Obviously, getting Wastelanded here is not optimal, but if we find a land off the top, it turns Loam on. That's why I ensured I had double green here. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we're still playing Magic here. Oh, that's a good one. I know their days is gone. They shouldn't have negation in their deck, but they might. This also feeds Treasure Cruise, the loam. Okay, they did have negation. Okay, Oko's gone. Yep, naturally. Well, what does this mean? Oko? Okay, we have our own Oko. Not to say we couldn't get behind this one here, but I do have Assassin's Trophy as well. Ooh, that was a good draw. All right, well, I am going to Ancestor myself and hope here. Okay, it does get in. And I do think I'm going to trophy this. Oh, I can do it. Okay, phew. I shouldn't have a basic. They are going to wasteland me here next turn. But we are in this game. Yep. Yep. Oof, jeez. Okay. Can't let that resolve, unfortunately. Do I get rid of Narset? Probably. Any blue mana off the top allows me to Treasure Cruise. Oh, they have a Spell Pierce. Yeah, nice. Well, I guess that's why I shouldn't have done Narset there. Okay. Blue mana, please. Okay. Well, it looks like we've lost this one here. I felt like we clawed ourselves back in there, but that double strip mine really hosed me good. And of course, Library is one of the few cards that they could have had, and they got me with a Spell Pierce, so it was a kind of a perfect storm for them. Okay, I'm not too worried about that. I mean, we're not dead here, but we are going to need some help. Good way to shuffle their Sylvan. We need a blue mana here. Underground Sea would be fine. Okay, Force of Will. All right. We're still playing Magic here. We just desperately need to find some lands that produce blue or black. Collector, can I actually let that resolve? I don't feel like I can, but I'm actually actively looking for black here. Do I force that? Yeah. Not thrilled about it, guys. And if this gets forced back, it's not unreasonable because we will find a blue mana here, hopefully in the next turn or so. And we can Treasure Cruise. Do I Treasure Cruise here? Or do I get a Knight of Infamy in here? I'm going to Treasure Cruise. What do I want to remove? Tarmogoyf. Just leave land. Try and shrink the amount of types that they can have in their library. Okay, they Force of Will. All right. Hopefully they don't have Wasteland here. That's great. Oko is a powerful card here. Could be force negation, but I am definitely going to try and cast Oko here. I think it's just that good. If it resolves, it really puts me in a strong position here. And it does. Okay. They could have Assassin's Trophy. For that reason, maybe I just put it on my mocks. I think I'm going to do that. It's a little bit risky, but if they just Assassin's Trophy my Oko, I get no value. Durance, okay. That cannot kill my Oko straight up. Okay, they've put all their stuff back in their deck. And we still have an Assassin's Trophy available to us if we don't get wastelanded. And if they do kill our Oko, we'll feel really smart having put it on the mocks because we will also be able to go and get a basic out of our deck, which will enable us to be able to continue doing our stuff here. I wonder if they're just going to try and protect their life total here. That was not a good draw, unfortunately. So what I can do here is these can trade. If I play the Knight of Infamy, it will give my creature Exalted. Another option is that I can kill the Endurance, which I'm not averse to doing here, to be honest. Let's see if that works. Probably should have created a food token here first, because if they respond with their own trophy on my thing there. Create food. And we're going to get in. Okay. This is going to gain 3 life here. They didn't. Oh, interesting. Yep. And this is why the basic matters. Blue card. Deathrite was a really good one here. We're going to do this for the Exalted. Black. Colorless. See if this resolves. This will put my opponent ostensibly at 2 life. I guess they can gain the life here. Putting them to 5. And the Deathrite is huge here for me. So my opponent's going to get a good look here at 3 cards. Okay. They already know 2 of those cards, so they're seeing 1 fresh card here. We're dealing a substantial amount of damage here. Okay, guys. Really good start. Okay, guys, here we are in round 7. We're playing Duke 12, and they most recently have been on Lurus, so we'll see what they are. But we won the die roll, which is great. So it is indeed Lurus. Okay, I think this hand is fine. We've got a Force of Will to be able to force through an op agent if need be. I think I'm going to be a little bit greedy and try and catch them off guard with the Lotus. I do not have a green card for Vigor here, but that could be a player coming up. Flusterstorm is something to think about, but if I can catch my opponent with op agent, it's a pretty big game. So Bowmaster is a likely play that they could have here. Time Walk. I'm just wondering if I flash it in now. I think I do. They're tapped out, and they do run a couple Flusterstorms, so I just think this is the best way to do it. This turns off Lauren Revealed. We still have the Force here, so... Ancestral Recall. Well, I'm not thrilled to see that. I do think it's worth fighting over. It's possible they have Flusterstorm here, but we just have to do it, right? We just have to try and fight through that. Okay, they did not. Okay, that's good news for me. How about a Collector Roof? That would be really sweet. Okay, Death Rate's actually solid here. Now, they could have Bowmaster here. I don't think I'm going to attack into it. They did indeed have the Bowmaster, so we had a good read there. Hmm. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, well, not much I can do about it. They're going to have a big old guy here, but that kills most of my stuff, unfortunately. Yep. That's going to get me, unfortunately. Really does a number on me. Yep. 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 Hmm. I do think I'm going to very likely Vigor here. I guess the thing is that Vigoring may not be the best option if I'm going to do a Collector Roof, and I will have 5 mana here available. Okay, let's wait and see. That actually, believe it or not, is not the worst draw for me. Because it's going to allow me to hold up Spell Pierce. The issue I have is this thing. Boy, is that a big boy. Like, I have to chump block at this turn, right? That's the issue. And they're very likely to have a force here, so it's got to be some semblance of collector in one of these. Blue, green. Okay. I don't think there's a way out of this, guys. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do this. This means I draw a card off of Strip Mine. Okay, there is force. Well, I do think that is worth negating this because I think piercing this here. Okay. Hopefully they just strip mine right away and forget. I will jump block with my oof. I'm just wondering, do I actually get rid of my Oko here? I don't think so. It's one of the ways I can climb my way back into this game. I guess they can just play Lurus here. Well, I think I am going to have to do something about that. I mean, if they have a counter spell here, there's nothing I can do about it. And there's no guarantees, even if they do this, that, oh, they had Lotus, okay. So the bobble does work here, yeah. All right, so they've got me. I mean, I guess Assassin's Trophy could kill the Orc army. Okay, we can see that one. They're going to get me there. Okay. So we're playing against blue-black Lurus. Do you think we want these? I think all these cards are pretty good. Maybe I could take out a basic. It's a little bit greedy to do it, especially considering I took out a Boseiju, so maybe I don't do that. Can I get rid of a Fatal Push? Let's try that. Believe it or not, I think this is only the second time I've run into Lurus today. Yeah, I mean, this is a good hand. We're a little ways away from doing anything, but that's okay. It's just a Bowmaster here. I do have an answer to that. Yeah, this feels tough. Demonic Tutor, how do I feel about that? I feel like I'm going to force that. Okay. Not really liking my position here, but Might have been a little bit aggressive on the demonic tutor there. Ooh, basics. Look at this. Okay. Well, let's see if we can resolve an Oko. Or I could try with Spell Pierce next turn. Yeah. Actually, I can't. Look, my opponent might have it, but if they don't, this is a really powerful card for me to get into play here. They did have it. Okay. Probably can get Lurus Bauble going this turn, but I can potentially Fatal Push and protect it with Spell Pierce next turn. Okay. They know I have the push in hand. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Well, now, that's a problem, isn't it? Okay. So, it's possible they have a force here, but I am not going to play around that. The chances I'm going to... Oh, I can't do it. Oh, yeah, I need a... I guess I got burned one of my wastelands. I could have. All right, well, let's hope we find a fetch land, guys. What do I get? Like, I could get Black Lotus. It's just unfortunate because with Black Lotus, if they have a counter spell, I just kind of burned it for nothing. I feel like it needs to be Black Lotus here. This is the game if it doesn't work. We can play around days. Okay, we got rid of Lurus. That's something. That's just a cycle. Saga's pretty bad for me. Yeah, Lorne revealed. All right, they got us here. Sad to say, we did drop a match here. Hopefully, we're going to be able to get to the next one to ensure our chance to top 8. But we are dead here. They're just going to kill us with Saga. Yeah, I guess that Bayou grab instead of the tropical or the underground sea ended up being really mattering. All right. Okay, guys, we'll see you next round. Hopefully, we can top 8. I'm not sure if we can top 8 with a loss, but we do have pretty good breakers, so let's see. Okay, guys, here we are in round 8, and we're currently sitting 6-1. This is a win and in for us. We did win the die roll. This opponent is a Golos Shops player, and we have not played Shops all day, and so this should be an interesting match. I traditionally think that this is a really close matchup as well. So nice that we won the die roll here. We would like to play first. I mean, look, I've got a turn 1 collector roof here, and that is going to help cause my opponent to play somewhat fair. This is something I can keep. Double Wasteland, but I know they run Crucibles. I just think we can do better than this. All right, well, I guess I'll keep this. It's risky. Not how I wanted to draw it up, but Force of Vigor is a really powerful card. And if we can find a land off the top next turn, we can cast a Sylvan Library. Not sure this is a winning strategy, but we've been running pretty hot today. So we'll see if we could just get one more here to find our way into top 8. My opponent may be putting me on Bazaar. Hopefully they don't do anything too broken here. Like some combination of Sphere and Revoker would be really bad for me. Only insofar as unless I find another land next turn, but okay, Mox is in. Ghost Quarter. Oh, okay. No Rod. Yeah. So what if I find a land off the top here? I think I can wait a turn here. Okay, I did get punished. Well, I guess I didn't. I guess what I can do here is I can go and get a green source and cast it with Deathrite. And I do think that Sylvan Library is what I want to be doing here. So I think I'm going to get green. Okay, that worked out pretty good. And if they ghost quarter me here, I have the basic, which is what we mentioned in our deck tech as to the third reason that you really want to run a basic. The other ones being Assassin's Trophy, and we showcased that earlier in the mirror match, and of course Initiative, the first chamber in the dungeon. I can see a world here where I pay 8 life off of the Sylvan Library. Obviously somewhat contingent on what my opponent does, but okay, big play from them. Pithing Needle. Okay, they're going to put it on my Deathrite, and I think that's okay. Nothing I can do about it anyways. I mean, I can vigor it. Yeah. Okay, so this is on Deathrite Shaman. Yeah, okay. So I do think I am going to do this here because what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to kill the Pithing Needle and the Mox. Is that what I want to do? Or maybe I just leave the Null Rod? What do I want to get rid of? The Assassin's Trophy or the Tarmogoyf? Hard to say. Definitely going to get rid of the Needle. And I do think I'm going to leave the Null Rod there. Yeah. It is interesting though. This will leave them with 1 mana. Maybe I don't need to worry about the Assassin's Trophy here in this particular instance. Like I have Wastelands to deal with it. I guess the question is do I want to start applying pressure? Tough call. Could just go and get a wasteland here. It's not the worst. Another option is I just keep this and play and just Assassin's Trophy it. Like, I don't hate that. Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't think they have a basic in their deck. Okay, failed to find, and I don't think I'm in the business of dealing damage here. Okay. So no play by the looks of it, which is great news for me. I think I can eat one of these lands out of their yard here. Just eat the Academy for the heck of it. Collector Roof, okay. I do think I can pay 4 life here. Look, it's a little bit aggressive of me for sure, but do I want a Demonic Tutor for something here, like a blue spell? Probably. If I have to force it, well, I will, but I don't think that's going to be an issue. Seiju, okay. Probably don't need the Deathrite Shaman here. And I think Spell Pierce is probably fine. We're just going to draw a couple cards here. Draw. Do this. Probably just play the Deathrite Shaman and get in for 2. No need to use my fetch right here. Yeah, these are all really good. No need to do that here. I'm playing a little bit slowly, but I think that's okay. I feel like we're in a pretty good spot here. Okay. Okay, see if we can get one more game here. Do you think I want probably Mindbreak Trap? Certainly want this. Daze is probably not what we want. I don't think Narset helps us that much in this particular matchup. Okay, so what is not great here? I don't think Opposition Agent is for this matchup. I guess it does stop Golos. That is something to think about in addition to stopping Saga. Probably don't need a mental misstep. I need to cut 3 more cards here. Okay, so we have a lot to cut here. Someone Library on the draw is probably not great. I could see Collector Roof not being that great either, to be honest. I don't know how I feel about Fatal Push. Fatal Push does stop Revoker from putting on my Deathrite Shaman. There's also a world, too, where we play Leyline to stop Crucibles, but I guess that's really where my Deathrite Shamans come into play. Man, we need to cut one more here. So 30 seconds to figure out what we want to cut. Maybe Tarmogoyf just isn't really what I need it to be. Is it better than Op Agent? Like, probably is. I think this is fine. Let's try this out, guys. Okay, how's this hand look? Yeah, I think it looks pretty reasonable. Can't let that resolve. That might have been a mistake, but let's see. Yeah, finding another fetch there is pretty good for us. Next turn we'll have an oof. Oh. Oh, I thought they were not doing something there. Sphere resistance. How do I feel about Sphere? Sphere does slow them down. I think it's fine. Second Sphere. Well, I can't really let that resolve. It's awkward, but just it's the world we're living in here, guys. They know I have a basic, but they might go after it anyways. And must have a second ghost quarter here. How nice would it be for me to rip a wasteland here, guys? Bigger would be good too. Crucible's obviously very scary here. Okay. No plays? Yeah. That's bad news for me. We need a force of vigor like ASAP, or we will lose to this. Yep. No other basic. Okay, we are going to lose this. We need a vigor. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This one looks like it slipped away. I guess if we find a Beseiju, it's not the worst. Okay, second fetch is not bad. I mean, they can get it. There's not much I can do to stop it, but this is at least allowing us to find some value. Okay, they didn't do it there. They can do it here, I guess. Mm-hmm. Vigor, push. This collector roof would be not bad if I could get into play. Okay, I mean, fetches are fine. They will be able to repeat the process here, but we bought ourselves another turn finding a fetch. But we are going through our lands here pretty quick. Yep. Vigor. Negation. That does not help. Okay, we bought a turn. Ooh, that was a good one. Oh, I can't cast it through Trinisphere. Yeah, this game. All right. Well, for all the marbles, guys. Oh, honestly, I don't think push is that good. I do think library is probably what we want. Also see collector roof. Okay, guys. See how we can, if we can push ourselves in the top 8 here. Yep. Perfectly reasonable. one. Oh, interesting. What does that actually do? This slows my Tarmogoyf down. So my trap should be on here. I will take the opportunity to use the trap. Nope. Do I want to force a bigger these? I don't know. I don't think I need to here. Do like the negation as well. Do I want to expose my Tarmogoyf here? I don't think so. Golos is awkward here if it comes down. Okay. So that is definitely, I think, worthy of a vigor. Okay. Any mana producer here is really good for me because I can cast Leovold, and Leovold is strong. Okay. Black. I guess I get a Bayou here. Black, blue, green. Now, Wastelands are going to draw me cards. Okay, Saga's a good one here. Yep. That was a good draw. That was a really good draw. I wonder if they target me with a relic if they know that I'll draw a card. That's huge if they do. Oof. Workshop. Yep. Golos is one of the few cards that can get them out of this. Yep. Hmm. Okay. Wasteland. Oh, so good. I need an energy flux here really badly. Can't attack. It's unfortunate for me as I can't really get through here. That was a good hit. Guess I'm going to do it. Every damage counts here. And these Golos decks do have a lot of air in them. Okay, let's hope, guys. Yep. Deathrite, probably. Oko, yeah, that's a good pick. Mm-hmm. Energy Flux. That's not what I want. I will play it so I can cast both of these, potentially. Can get in for some damage here. I mean, Saga's rough if they find it, but taking them off their workshop is really big here. It's pretty good. Probably jump here. Okay. Okay, guys, here goes. Mm-hmm. Oh, nice. think it matters. Thinking about a fatal push here, but this puts them to 1. So the Ancient Tomb is off now. Let's see. Oops, didn't mean to do that, but we will draw. And I'll float another blue here. Yep. And I'm going to keep Force of Will up here. It doesn't matter. Okay. We got it. Okay, top 8, guys. Okay, sweet, guys. That was a real sweat there. Leovold was super strong this particular game, but just a forgotten feature that you target anything of mine, I'm going to draw a card, and I think that's what won us the game here. So we will take that one. All right, guys, let's see how we do in top 8. Okay, guys, here we are in the quarters, and this player doesn't play a ton of Vintage. Their most recent result was a couple weeks ago on Dredge. Preceding that, it was Initiative and Mono White Initiative, and then Esper Tinker. But we won the die roll. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice looking hand. If it's Dredge, not so much. And it is indeed Dredge. Okay. So we're going to need to get a little bit lucky here, finding a green source for our Deathrite. But if I can find it, we'll be in decent shape. I do. Oh, they're going to force a will. Okay. We'll force back. Going to get rid of the second force here. Treasure Cruise, we may be able to get there eventually. Just hopefully they don't have a good Bazaar hand, and we can find a Wasteland or a green source for our Deathrite. That is what we were after. Probably should have played the Mox, to be honest with you. Okay, this is fine. Probably take my Treasure Cruise here. Maybe they'll take my Mox, though. I do think it'll probably be Treasure Cruise is my guess, but perhaps they will take my Sapphire. Yep. So we have quite a few hits here. I would venture to say about 50% of our deck is going to find us one of the lands that we're looking for. Pretty awkward, guys. Oof. All right, this one's gotten away from us here. We needed to find one there. I think if we did, we had a pretty good chance. 2 amalgams are coming. Doesn't really matter. All right. Bit of an awkward start there. Had I known it was Dredge, would I have kept that hand? Probably not. It's just too high risk. But I mean, the reality is like, what am I trying to do if not playing Deathrite Shaman, right? I think Asian's pretty bad. Probably something like this. Top agent is not really relevant. Yeah, just keep low. Okay, guys. Let's see if we can get game 2 here. We've beaten Dredge twice today. And they were all very close. Looking for a ley line here. This hand is awkward. I can do better. Huh, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to keep this one for sure. Leovold can probably go here. Look, I acknowledge this is not optimal, but we'll get a green source here. Feeling a little bit awkward that I don't have a ley line here, but okay. Land. Okay, I do think we cast an Oko here. Or do I do a Leovold? It's hard to say. Negation makes this a lot worse. So I guess I'll do a Leovold. Blue, black, green. And Leovold doesn't look incredible here, but I think we have a better chance of resolving this. Oh, they have a Force of Will. Okay. Now we just need to hope they don't have a Noxious Revival or a Bazaar. And they do. They targeted Force of Will, though. Maybe they just have another Bazaar. And they did. Okay. Okay, well, I think this one's probably over, guys. Like, I just maybe needed to mulligan to Leyline of the Void here. And, you know, seeing the turn one Assassin Trophy on the play gave me just enough hope that, you know, if they mulliganed a little bit and we were able to kill their Bazaar, that we might get away with it. But yeah, this one is definitely awkward. Should resolve. Oh, they have Force of Will in hand, of course. All right, well, my opponent is Hellbent. I think I'm just going to keep the Lorien revealed in my hand here unless I get Wastelanded. See if I can draw a couple cards here, like Tabernacle could be a good one here. Obviously, Wasteland would be solid. But we are dead next turn if we don't find something. Okay. I do need to chump block. An Amalgam comes in. Yeah, they got me. Well, guys, very anticlimactic top 8 here. We got bounced pretty quickly in the quarters, and you know my opponent had good hands, but we kept a hand which was not very good against Dredge in game 1. It was very questionable, anyways. And in game 2, I mean, they had a pretty nice 7, and ours was decent, but very vulnerable. And ultimately, I think when you have Leyline, you know, it's a tough decision as to whether you want to go down to 5 or 4 cards to find it when your hand is actually quite viable. And I would venture to say my hand was pretty good, but I got lulled into complacency there. And I guess the Tabernacle here bust. Well, even then's not good enough because they have Icarid. All right, there you have it, guys. Very quick exit, but very pleased to have gotten into top 8 and gotten the golden ticket for the showcase tournament. It's been a little while since I've been able to play in one of those, and extremely pleased to have an opportunity to play against Magic Online's best. And yeah, the deck. So I was very pleased with how the deck played out today. It is quite well positioned for sure. Anything I didn't like, I think Life from the Loam was not good, and my determination of this card years ago when I used to bring it in and out of my deck, kind of thinking it was a decent card, really did not come to fruition today. I know I only had it a couple of times, and yes, I did cast it once or twice, but I don't ever think it was a player in any game. I think this card gets cut for sure. Opposition Agent, take your pick. I mean, we cast Op Agent a couple times, but 3 cast cards are really difficult to put together in this deck, and they've got to be incredibly high impact. And I don't know that Op Agent is. I think I would probably bring it, and the same with Narset. I just don't think it's good enough. I never did, and I know a lot of players do play this, and with Jewel, it's certainly more viable. But I would cut this as well. And what would I bring in? I think probably a couple Bowmasters would be my guess as to what I would like. I do think that there's probably a spot for an extra Spell Piercer or a Flusterstorm in our deck. Perhaps another Tarmogoyf. Tarmogoyf was quite decent today. Those are the changes I would make. And there's always a case for extra lore and revealed. I could see that very easily. Um, Sideboard, funny, eh? I was sure that we were going to be playing a multitude of matches against White Initiative today. Didn't see it once. Can you believe that? So, Night of Infamy, I mean, I did bring it in a bug mirror. It was kind of funny. It did end up mattering, but the Exalted was pretty decent, being able to kill a 3/4 endurance. We're just having the extra creature there, but of course, I would never recommend that in a bug mirror. This is a good card, but we did bring it in just to have a little bit of extra creatures, and it did matter for us there. But yeah, guys, the deck ran really well. I liked all our other choices. Assassin's Trophy was quite good today. I do think it was better than Abrupt Decay. We killed a bunch of Bazaars with it, in addition to Urza Sagas. So Okos, that sort of thing. I guess Abrupt Decay could kill Oko, but deck ran real nice. How about that basic? Uh, was very important for us throughout this tournament. We saw all three examples of why the basic is good. Actually, that's not true. We didn't see the initiative piece, but we were ghost quartered and we were assassins trophied, and we were able to get a basic. Uh, that happened several times throughout this tournament, and the basic was fairly integral to us being able to pull ahead in certain games, just getting that value. But as always, guys, I know it was a long one today. I'm not even sure if you were able to see it all, but hopefully you did on 1.5 or 2 times speed. I do appreciate you hanging out with me. It was a lot of fun today, and please, if you haven't, like, comment, subscribe. I am trying to get myself up to 1,000 viewers. Never really cared too much about the YouTube channel, but as I continue to make these videos, my numbers are climbing up a little bit. And anyways, be a milestone.